FFA Market Beef, Class 2, Cooper Berry, Shry Eklund, Riley West, Riley Vetter, Ethan Baumberger, Brant Jacobson, Taya Thompson, and Braden Jacobson. Please make your way to the holding area. Once again, FFA Market Beef, Class 2.
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to our friends Hot Shots Photography. They're on the lobby for all their awesome and amazing livestock picture needs. Make sure you guys go and check them out after each show for all their posters, collages, and all things photography. Once again, Hot Shots Photography. Thank you guys for being part of the Laramie County Fair.
Once again, Class 2, be on standby. Cooper Berry, Shreya Eklund, Riley West, Riley Vetter, Ethan Bomberger, Brant Jacobson, Taya Thompson, Braden Jacobson.
What a really nice way to start our FFA show off with. I think the most complete and the nicest balanced calf. Boy, you really like him, how extended he is through that front 1/3. I really like the way his neck ties in the top of his shoulder and blends there to the top of his skull. You know, he's very clean through that front 1/3, very tidy into his chest, balances nicely from his chest floor back to his twist. He's a bold rib, big back calf that's square made. You know, he's got a lot of product to him. He's big boned, he's big footed. I think he's the soundest structured one that's in here with the nicest roundest foot underneath him. Could he handle just a little bit more market ready for me? Yes, but is he good enough? Most definitely. I think that's a very nice, logical place to start. The calf that comes in second, he fits this hole just in terms of sheer balance, power, and structural integrity. He's good in the angles of his shoulders and his knees. He moves fluid enough off his hind two, and yet when you get up on top of him, he's a big, wide-backed, bold-sprung, dense-made, robust-built calf that's got plenty of muscle and plenty of shape and power to him. If we were going to change this calf, though, I would like to change him right there at the base of the ground at his hoof design and the shape and the angle of it. I'd sure like to see that better. Young lady's calf comes next, one that he gives up the structural integrity to the two that's in front of him. He's a little steep in his shoulder and steep in his knee, but this calf here, he's so wide made. He's well opened up underneath in his chest width and his skeletal design. He's bold topped, he's big hipped, he's thick ended, and I just think he's more market ready and he'll hang up more product, sheer product than the calves down the road. Nice kind of calf. Congratulations. The calf that comes next, I really like this calf from the profile standpoint. He's so symmetrical and good balanced and good bodied, very nice design in his underline. I think this is the softest middle calf that's out here. Handles extremely soft and mellow to the touch. I really like that about this guy. But for me, it's when you set him into motion, especially off that front end. Boy, I'd like to set him back into his knee. Wants to rock that up. Gets a little laborsome off his hind two. That's why where you're at, we could fix him structurally. We get you a spot or two higher. Like the calf, just like to change that about him. Congratulations. Young man's butterscotch calf that comes next. Very, very pretty and attractive kind of a calf. He has a nice look to him. He's very good bodied. Just needs some more shape and power and width and dimension to get him any higher today with more bone underneath him, but that's a good solid calf. Young lady's black and white steer comes next. I like the power that this guy has. Boy, when you get him stopped, that's a nice show steer, young lady. Big back, big hip, big stout, thick-ended, big bone, big-footed kind of a calf. But for me, it's when you put him into motion and on the stand. I just like to see him softer out of that rear hock, set his knee in a little bit better. We fix that, you get some spots higher, but like the quality of your calf, very stout and muscular. Young lady's calf that rounds out the class. Very good kind of cattle. That's the kind of cattle, young lady, you raise them all day like this with $4,500 fat steers last week. This will keep you in business and make you a lot of money. From a show steer standpoint, though, I'd like to just see more of him, just stouten him up, widen him up from the ground up. But in terms of practicality, functionality, and what we need in the feedlot, that's good cattle right there. Congratulations to you young people.
All right, Class 1 placing, 7th Brentley Farthing, 6th Caitlin Schnell, 5th Hayden Hubbard, 4th Brianna Hollingsworth, 3rd KJ Miller, 2nd Hunter Miller, and 1st Trig Sedman. All of our top 5, please do not put your cattle away. Keep them on standby. Top 5, please be on standby. And Class 2 right now coming into the ring, Cooper Berry, Shreya Eklund, Riley West, Riley Vetter, Ethan Bomberger, Brant Jacobson, Taya Thompson, and Braden Jacobson.
Once again, guys, market beef class 1, top 5, be on standby. Do not put your steers away. Trig Stedman, Hunter Miller, KJ Miller, Brianna Hollingsworth, and Hayden Hubbard. Be on standby for championship drive. Once again, gate call, top 5, class 1. Trig Stedman, Hunter Miller, KJ Miller, Brianna Hollingsworth, and Hayden Hubbard.
Once again, gate call, class 1. Make sure you guys are on standby. Gate call, class 1. Be on standby.
Really nice class of steers here. They're all high quality cattle. The top three are really good. And if anybody ringside wants to flip flop these, I don't argue with you. The calf that wins for me, I just think he's the most dense and robust built one. He's really opened up underneath in his skeletal design. He handles with the most width and dimension out of his top. He's the boldest, squarest hipped one in our top lineup. Carries that advantage down low. He's a big bone, big footed calf. Maybe if we go and pick on him, he gets a little wide in the point of that shoulder. Once in a while, he wants to get a little easy in that knee, but he's been out here a long time, too. Calf that comes in second. Like this calf. That sucker is good looking now. Really like the way his neck comes out top side of his shoulder. So chiseled through that front 1/3. Very highly presented with the kind of hair that he has. He's a big backed, big stout hip calf. I just like to handle him just a little softer, and I like to see him just a little more opened up in his skeletal width and design compared to our class winner. But a great, great pair of calves. Young lady's calf that comes next resembles our class winner more than our second does. I'll give you that. But for me, this young lady sticks the snot out of him. I'll just put that out there. You do a tremendous job. But for me, he wants to get a little stiff in that hock compared to the two that are ahead of him. Like to set him back in his knee ever so slightly. And he wants to round his hip and drop there right in his hip-loin junction just a little bit. But hey, density, body, power, mass, and still has a nice look. Very, very nice calf. Calf that comes next is a good meat and potatoes kind of steer, if you will. He's soggy, he's dense made, very sound in his skeletal design, gets out and floats around the ring. For me, he wants to get just a smidge long-bodied, and that makes him want to break behind his shoulders and round out from his hooks to his pins. We tied him up there. He moves up a spot or two. Good kind of cattle. Calf that comes next is one that I switch these two in the ring just because when you simply get in behind him compared to the other one, there's more top shape, there's more hip shape, and I think he's softer from the center portion of his spine down to his navel and balances better from his chest floor back to his twist. Get him any higher today, like to square him up out from his hooks to his pins, maybe flatten him into his shoulder to balance him up compared to the muscle that he has. Really, really good looking, very sound, very functional, nice calf. Calf that comes next, I like the profile that this calf gives you. He's so elegant through that front 1/3. Lays in so nice and tidy there into his shoulder. Great in the set of his front knee and his front pastern set. But he wants to get a little hard flanked, a little cut up there into his forerib. Wants to get a little high and round in his tail head. For me, switch that. We get him a spot or two higher. Good kind of calf, young lady. Our highest performing steer out here in this lineup. And if you butt cut him, he's the biggest hipped calf. That's the biggest bone naturally and the biggest footed. But for me, he wants to get a little coarse and open in his shoulder. He wants to get a little wide up front, a little easy behind his shoulders. And we're just pushing that weight envelope a little too heavy for me. Good kind of calf. Just like to change that about him. Calf that rounds out the class. Very sound, very functional. Has a nice look about him. Just needs to be more market ready to run in this lineup today. Congratulations to you young people.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, results Class 2. In 8th, Cooper Berry. 7th, Braden Jacobson. 6th, Shariah Eklund. 5th, Taya Thompson. 4th, Brent Jacobson. 3rd, Riley Vetter. 2nd, Ethan Baumberger. And 1st, Riley West. All right, coming back into our final drive, going to be Trigg Sedman, Riley West, Hunter Miller, and Ethan Baumberger.
Well, folks, let's give these FFA exhibitors a nice round of applause. Outstanding lineup of calves. You know, I've had the privilege of judging up here quite a bit, but I've never come and got to do you guys this county fair, and I knew they'd be good. I just didn't know they'd be this good and deep. Hats off to all you young people that are in the ring and outside of the ring for bringing an outstanding set of calves. And boy, you parents and ag advisors, you guys ought to be very proud of this set of young people. This is honestly one of the most kindest, courteous group of kids that I've had the pleasure of evaluating, not only to me but to their fellow exhibitors. And so you're getting raised right, and so keep that up. I mean, we're all in this game together. We're all out here. We want to win, but at the end of the day, we're all agriculturalists and we're all in the same game together. So keep that in mind. You guys have done a tremendous job. You've been super courteous and nice to me. Whether you agreed with the way I placed them or not, so irrelevant to me. But what I do hope that you can find is the type and kind that I like. I like them with a look. They've got to have balance. We've got to have structure when we can find it. And we've got to have power cattle, because where I live, it's kind of like Wyoming. We can't have them hard-bellied. We can't have them small-footed, frail-boned, or they just won't make it in this semi-arid area that we live in, because we never know when the next rain might or might not come. So I like them big, stout, punchy, good-bodied, good functional kind of cattle that you hope that the heifer mates to these go on and make nice cows. So they're just very, very good cattle. One thing for you young people, I want you to keep this in mind. You guys are the future of our industry. And this is a very hard and expensive game to come back into, whether you farm, ranch, whatever it is that you may do. But if you don't think that you can do it, go get a job and still be in this, because you people out here are the future of us. Because I want you to think about two things right quick, guys. What's the two most important things to the human race in our nation? Think about that for a minute. Food, water. And we raise the best food supply that there is, standing right here in this ring, is beef. So come back and help us do this, please, because my future and your future depends on this. So just keep that in mind. It's a hard game. It's a fun game. But if you don't have it to go to and you want to come in, go get you a good job and come back and play this game with us, because we love to have you. Without further ado, we'll walk through these just a smidge more. The white calf that wins our first class. Balance, structure, bone, foot, look, power. Good calf. Smidge on the light side for me, but he still handles good for his weight. Calf that wins that second division. Dense, power, robust, burly, big bone, big footed. Wants to get a little bit lackadaisical in that one knee once in a while. Like to see him just a little more elevated at the top side of his shoulder, but market ready. Good calf. Our two calves that are second behind them, one of them, he's just very, very good built, like to change his feet. Next calf, very attractive through that front 1/3. Very nice, big bone, big footed kind of a calf. Needs to handle just a little softer and need to have a little more width behind him. A little hair would help that too, but that's a very good, complete kind of a steer out here. I think it's a 3-horse race. I think anybody ringside could do it however they want to, but you folks ringside, you do it how you want to do it. I'll go show you my favorites again. Let's give all these exhibitors in and out of the ring a nice round of applause. Outstanding set of calves today.
Your champion goes to Trig Sedman. In the ring now, we need KJ Miller. Reserve goes to Riley West. Come back into the ring, Riley Vetter. Third place goes to Ethan Bromberger. Need back in the ring, Brant Jacobson. Fourth goes Riley Vetter.
So we need Taya Thompson, right?
Coming back in the ring, Taya Thompson. Fifth place goes Taya Thompson.
So now we need Shreya Eklund.
Coming back into the ring, we need Shariah Eklund. And sixth, Hunter Miller.
Six, so then we need
Coming back in the ring should be Brianna Hollingsworth. Seventh place, KJ Miller.
so then we need Hayden Hubbard.
Coming back in the ring, Hayden Hubbard. FFA chapters, begin thinking about your chapter pins of 3. In 8th place going to be Shariah Eklund coming back in the ring. Braden Jacobson. In 9th, Brant Jacobson. Coming back in, going to be Cooper Berry. And 18th place goes to Brianna Hollingsworth.
Are we good? Are we good, Joe?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, final results for your championship drive in 10th, Brianna Hollingsworth. 9th, Brent Jacobson. 8th, Shariah Eklund. 7th, KJ Miller. 6th, Hunter Miller. 5th, Taya Thompson. 4th, Riley Vetter. 3rd, Ethan Baumberger, your reserve champion. FFA Market Beef goes to Riley West, and your champion, Trig Sedman. All right, FFA chapters, get your chapter pin of 3s, chapter pin of 3s. Ladies and gentlemen, got a quick break in the action. Once again, I want to thank you guys for coming out and supporting the Laramie County Fair. Make sure you come out Friday at the Cheyenne Frontier Days headquarters for the FFA Sale of Champions, Friday, 7 p.m. And then right over here, Saturday morning, 9 a.m., we're going to be right back here for our 4-H sale here at the Event Center at Archer. Make sure you come out and support all of Laramie County's youth in agriculture. All of our exhibitors, remember, this Friday at noon, we've got our beef fitting clinic. Those still taking signups for that. And today at 1 p.m., the Laramie County Cowbell is going to be doing their pie social for all beef exhibitors. It's a good day to be a beef exhibitor for the Laramie County Cowbell's Pie Social right here at 1 p.m.
Mr. Allen, we won't have any.
Yeah, once again, a big shout out and thank you to our friends at Hot Shots Photography taking all of the action shots, the entire Laramie County Fair. You can find them located in the lobby. From posters to collages, they've got you covered. Once again, our friends, Hot Shots Photography. Once again, FFA chapters. Got a little bit of downtime here. Get your chapter pen of 3. And right after our FFA chapter pen of 3s, we're going to be taking a quick 15-minute break, and then we're going to rock and roll right into the 4-H show. And they are going to start with Pee Wee Showmanship first. Going to get the youngsters out there living their best lives today here at the fair. And then we're going to rock and roll right into our next portion of the 4-H show. Calling Pine Bluff's FFA pen of 3. Your teacher is demanding you get up here.
Pine Bluffs FFA, this is your gate call pen of 3. Miss Kasicki says right now.
Scratch Pine Bluffs FFA. Last call, FFA, pen of 3. Last call, FFA, pen of 3. While he's out here judging, once again, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our judge today, Mr. Matt Copeland.
Well, folks, we only have 2 chapters that have a pen of 3 out here, and boy, I've been to a lot of shows across this great country of ours, and I've never judged a pen of 3 for the FFA side. So I think that is really cool what you guys do here. You bring out your chapters, you bring your best calves out of your chapters. That's something to be proud of, guys. You know, I mean, both this set of cattle's very, very nice. They're very good. All you youngsters done a great job. I really, my hat's off to you for doing this to them, because then it says, well, who's got the best chapter, and it gets really close in my mind. But I think our lead chapter right here, they're going to be our champions. They just got a little stouter set of calves. You guys will be reserved. Congratulations, awesome job, you young people.
All right, results. FFA Chapter Pen of 3. Your reserve is going to go to the High Plains FFA. And your champion goes to the Burns FFA. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'm going to take a quick 15-minute break, reset for 4-H. If your kids are interested in Pee-wee showmanship, we're going to get those guys ready to rock and roll right away. Let them have a little fun, and then we're going to go right into our 4-H market beef, or our 4-H show.
Yep, clarification. We will be Pee-wees. Pee-wees, then showmanship. Pee-wees, then showmanship.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, all exhibitors, if you're interested in the beef fitting contest, that's going to be Friday at noon. And then all beef exhibitors, today is your day to show, and the Laramie County Cowbells Pie Social. Going to be right here in the event center at 1 p.m., the Laramie County Cowbells Pie Social. It's a great time to jump out to our friends Hot Shots Photography. Make sure you go check out all the action shots. They're right out here in the lobby. And from all the ag teachers and FFA advisors, want to invite all of our buyers to register for the FFA Sale of Champions this Friday at the Cheyenne Frontier Days headquarters building, where the past meets the future. Once again, make sure you guys register for that FFA Sale of Champions, and then we're going to be right back here on Saturday, 9 a.m. for our 4-H sale, asking everybody to come out and support these amazing young men and women, the future of agriculture. Big hats off as well to all of our Laramie County FFA advisors for all the hard work that they've been putting in this entire week, getting the job done, as well as our 4-H educators and the Laramie County Fair staff. Couldn't do it without all of you guys. Big round of applause for all of our staff making the Laramie County Fair happen. All exhibitors, as well as if you're planning on attending the Wyoming State Fair, make sure we're getting those entries turned into the 4-H office. If you are planning to attend the Wyoming State Fair, let's get those entries done and turned into the 4-H office.
are going to announce the ultrasound here in about 7 minutes, 8 minutes. We're going to need Brindley Farthing, Cage Reisendorfer, Gavin Broda, Brianna Hollingsworth, Trigg Sedman, Jace Davis, Kendrick Landers, Trigg Sedman, Callie Harless. So again, for the ultrasound contest results, we need Gavin Davis, Gavin Broda, Trigg Sedman, Kendrick Landers, Jace Davis, Caitlin Schnell, Cage Reisendorfer, Brindley Farthing, Callie Harless, and Brianna Hollingsworth to the ring, to the show ring, so that we can announce the ultrasound.
Can I borrow that?
For the beef ultrasound, we're going to be recognizing the top 10 kids here in a couple of minutes. So I'm going to need the following to come to the show ring. We need Brindley Farthing, Cage Reisdorfer, Brianna Hollingsworth, Trigg Sedman, Kendrick Landers, Jace Davis, Caitlin Schnell, Gavin Broda, Gavin Davis, and Callie Harless to the show ring for the ultrasound contest top 10.
Somebody, that was the winner, and she was reserve son. You did a pretty good job, didn't you? Very nice. You guys did a nice team. Megan? Well, thank you. That's what we do. Where are you from? Northeast New Mexico.
Cage.
My wife and I want to get down and just tour around down there. I think it'd be fun. Some place to go.
Okay, now that we have our group of kids in the show ring, we'd like to thank Cattle Drive Video Market for generously donating $750 added money along with the awards that they will be getting for ultrasound contest.
Well, we just want to keep that friendship. Yeah.
Jeff Berry, if you're in the house. Are you available, Jeff Berry?
They run a good show. They do. They do a nice job. Very nice. I hope I'm not getting in your way. No, sir.
The champion.
I didn't know you was around, so. That's what I want, right? You did very well. We judge a lot of shows across the country. Sometimes the photographers, you never know. That's what I want. I don't want you to know. But I like it. You're doing great.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and go get started. Once again, we would like to thank the Cattle Drive Video Market. They added money to this contest for our beef kids. They added $750 to the premium money that they will be receiving. They also will be getting some additional awards here that Kylie Watkins is going to be presenting these kids. The ranking is purely reflective of carcass value, and it uses the current USDA reported prices. The carcass value is a way of ranking the total value of the carcass. They've incorporated the current USDA market prices for the beef carcasses along with the USDA reported premiums and discounts associated with quality grade, yield grade, and carcass weight. This calculates a carcass value per 100 pounds for each carcass and takes into account both yield grade and the quality grade of the animal. Full results for the carcass contest will be posted near the 4-H office tomorrow at 3 p.m. So with that, we have in 10th place overall carcass contest, we have Callie Harless. In 9th place, if you would step forward when you receive your prize. In 9th place, we have Brinley Farthing. In 8th place, we have Gavin Davis. In 7th place, we have Cage Reisdorfer. In 6th place, we have Gavin Broda. In 5th place, we have Brianna Hollingsworth. In 4th place, we have Caitlin Schnell. In 3rd place, we have Trigg Sedman. In 2nd place, we have Jace Davis. And in 1st place, overall, is Kendrick Landers. Congratulations, guys. Way to go. Again, the full results will be posted near the 4-H office tomorrow at 3 p.m. So if there's any buyers out there in the crowd, these are the calves to buy. Before we get started with the beef showmanship, we'd just like to go ahead and play this poem per se for our youth in our building. As a future of agriculture, we'd like to recognize these kiddos for their hard work and recognize that these are the faces that we'll be seeing in the coming generations to continue our legacy of providing and being the great stewards of the land that we are.
And on the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God made a farmer. God said, I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, milk cows, work all day in the fields, milk cows again, eat supper, then go to town and stay past midnight at a meeting of the school board. So God made a farmer. I need somebody with arms strong enough to wrestle a calf and yet gentle enough to deliver his own grandchild. Somebody to call hogs, tame cantankerous machinery, come home hungry, have to wait lunch until his wife's done feeding visiting ladies, then tell the ladies to be sure and come back real soon and mean it. So God made a farmer. God said, I need somebody willing to sit up all night with a newborn colt and watch it die, and dry his eyes and say, maybe next year. I need somebody who can shape an axe handle from a persimmon sprout, shoe a horse with a hunk of car tire, who can make harness out of hay, wire, feed sacks, and shoe scraps, who planting time and harvest season will finish his 40-hour week by Tuesday noon, and then painin' from tractor back put in another 72 hours. So God made a farmer. God had to have somebody willing to ride the ruts at double speed to get the hay in ahead of the rain clouds and yet stop in midfield and race to help when he sees the first smoke from a neighbor's place. So God made a farmer. God said, I need somebody strong enough to clear trees and heave bales, yet gentle enough to yean lambs and wean pigs and tend to pink-combed pullets who will stop his mower for an hour to splint the broken leg of a meadowlark. It had to be somebody who'd plow deep and straight and not cut corners. Somebody to seed, weed, feed, breed, and rake and disc and plow and plant and tie the fleece and strain the milk and replenish the self-feeder and finish a hard week's work with a 5-mile drive to church. Somebody who'd bail a family together with the soft, strong bonds of sharing, who would laugh and then sigh and then reply with smiling eyes when his son says that he wants to spend his life doing what Dad does. So God made a farmer.
Pee Wee Showman, if we're ready.
Is this the one for the back part? Do you want me to do call
Back at it. Re-rack it, baby.
Attention in the barn, we're going to call Heat 1 to be getting ready. Those will be our seniors. We have Leah Swarm, Cassidy Baumhoff, Callie Harless, Lane Harless, Brianna Hollingsworth, and Cooper Berry.
attention in the barn. We need Heat 1 to be checking in. Leah Swarm, Cassidy Baumhoff, Callie Harless, Lane Harless, Brianna Hollingsworth, and Cooper Berry.
Heat 1 showmen need to be checking in. Leah Swarm, Cassidy Baumhoff, Callie Harless, Lane Harless, Brianna Hollingsworth, and Cooper Berry.
Well, folks ringside, let's give all these little kids a big round of applause for coming out here and doing this. This is pretty neat. I'd say the future of Laramie County looks pretty good out here. All these kiddos are doing a really good job. They all got their calf named really good names. They're working hard. They're just doing a really good job, and I really applaud your county fair for letting these little ones come out here and get the show ring experience and get to have the county fair experience. Experiences everything, and you kiddos that want to come out here and do this, that's awesome, because it's just going to make you nothing but better. You guys are doing a great job. Honestly, guys, the rest of the day won't top this, because this is what I like. I've got a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old, so I get it. So we have a lot of fun doing this at home ourselves, and so this is actually, guys, this is the highlight of my day. We're going to have a lot of good highlights, but this puts the icing on the cake here. Thank you, parents, for getting your kiddos involved in this industry and keep them in this game. Everybody's doing a great job. Congratulations to all you little fellas. Have a great and fun fair. Again, congratulations. It's been my honor and my privilege to talk to your youth today.
Congratulations to all of our Pee Wee showmen.
Thank you. Put this radio on. Or have it be on.
Or this time we need Leah Swarm to be checking in. We'd like to welcome everyone to the Laramie County Beef Show. First thing, we're going to start off with senior showmanship, followed by intermediate, then juniors. All right. Coming in, heat 1, we have Cassidy Baumhoff, Callie Harless, Lane Harless, Brianna Hollingsworth, and Cooper Berry.
Attention in the barn. We need heat 2 exhibitors to be getting ready and checked in. Brinley Farthing, Maya Wiley, Anthony Quick, Brooklyn Kopetsky, Hadley Urich, and Braden Jacobson.
Tension in the barn. Heat 2 showmen need to be checking in at the gate. Brinley Farthing, Maya Wiley, Anthony Quick, Brooklyn Kopetsky, Hadley Urich, and Braden Jacobson.
Okay, folks, ringside that might not have watched the FFA showmanship. In each heat, I'm going to bring out however many I think that need to come back to the finals. These will be our 2 that come back to the finals. Everybody's done a really nice job. Maybe for you kids out here that didn't quite make it, all 3 of you guys maybe just stand with your feet together. I think that'd help you out a lot. Makes you look a little bit more silhouette and uniformed. That'll get you up here to the next spot for the next guy. So again, congratulations to you young people.
Entering the ring is heat 2, Brinley Farthing, Maya Wiley, Anthony Quick, Brooklyn Kopetsky, Hadley Urick, and Braden Jacobson.
Attention in the barn, we need heat 3 to be checking in at the gate. Gage Broda, Michael Rodriguez, Riley West, Jace Cox, Walter Martinez, Gavin Broda.
This time we need Heat 3 showmen to be making their way to check in. Gage Broda, Michael Rodriguez, Riley West, Jace Cox, Walter Martinez, and Gavin Broda.
Gage Broda, if you could come to the holding area for showmanship. Gage Broda, you're needed at the holding area for showmanship to check in. Exhibitors back in the barn, would you please remember to put your back tag on? Exhibitors back in the beef barn, would you please remember to put your back tags on?
Entering the show ring at this time, we have Heat 3, Gage Broda, Michael Rodriguez, Riley West, Jace Cox, Walter Martins, and Gavin Broda.
Attention in the barn, we need Heat 4 to be making their way to check in at the gate. Blake Miller, Isabella Osterman, Jace Golding, Caitlin Schnell, and Hayden Hubbard.
Should be set up to do the bump out and the dirt bike. Okay. We have cattle in both places.
Okay. Heat 4 showmen need to be checking in at the gate. Blake Miller, Isabella Osterman, Jace Golding, Caitlin Schnell, and Hayden Hubbard.
In the barn, we need Jace Golding and Caitlin Schnell to be checking in at the gate. And Isabella Osterman. Attention in the barn. We need our top showman to return back to the gate to check in. Brianna Hollingsworth, Cooper Berry from Heat 1. Heat 2, Anthony Quick, Hadley Urick, and Braden Jacobson. Heat 3, Gage Broda, Michael Rodriguez, Riley West, and Gavin Broda.
At this time, we have our top senior showman entering the ring. From Heat 1, we have Brianna Hollingsworth and Cooper Berry. Heat 2, Anthony Quick, Hadley Urick, and Braden Jacobson. Heat 3, Gage Broda, Michael Rodriguez, Riley West, and Gavin Broda. And from Heat 4, Blake Miller and Jace Golding.
Attention in the barn. We need our class 1 of intermediate showmen to be getting ready. Showman, we have Padaka, Cage Reisdorfer, Kylie Hockup, and Taya Thompson.
Folks ringside, let's give all these seniors a nice round of applause. Outstanding lineup of kiddos. Now, this one isn't easy for me because I think there's 5 or 6 of them out here that, they could all win under a certain guy a certain different day. But the one thing I do like, the ones that are in contention here, you're calm, you're cool, you don't look nervous, and that's big because if you're nervous, your calf's going to get nervous. You got slow strokes with your stick. You got your calf set up good. Everything's working pretty good, pretty fluid. You kind of know how your calf needs to look and be set up. And there's a few things that we'd like to pick on a few people. I mean, everybody has their own preferences, but I like to show in boots or a hard shoe. A few of you kids don't have that on, and that doesn't knock you out of contention. Just a little nitpicky thing. Just from a class standpoint for the way I look at things. But anyway, like I said, awesome set of kiddos. We'll give them one more go through here, and I'll show you your grand and reserve. Again, congratulations, young people. Y'all have done a tremendous job. Give them another round of applause.
Attention in the barn. Heat 1 of the intermediates should be checking in at the gate. Tragon Apodaca, Cage Reisdorfer, and Kylie Hockup.
Our champion senior showman is Brianna Hollingsworth.
Oh, yes.
Our reserve champion showman is Gage Broda. Gavin Broda, sorry.
Yep, I figured they were brothers.
Yeah, sorry.
We'd like to welcome our judge today, Matt Copeland. He comes from Amistad, New Mexico. He runs a family operation of Copeland Herefords and Copeland Show Cattle. He and his family run 800 cows, have 2 female sales and a steer sale in the fall, and a production bull sale in the spring. He's judged at the American Royal, the Nile, Denver, Fort Worth, and Every Breed Junior Nationals. Let's give him a hand and thank him for showing up today and judging a great cattle. Entering the ring, we have our intermediate showman, Heat 1, Tragon Apodaca, Cage Reisdorfer, and Kylie Hockup.
In the barn, we need Heat 2 to be checking in at the gate. Lana Johnson, Gavin Davis, Iris LaHiff, and Riley Vetter.
So it'll be just like our senior division. We'll bring the ones out here against the announcer stand. Those will be your finalists for the overall deal. Ones that don't get pulled, they're the ones that didn't make the cut. Again, great job, great way to start our first division. Congratulations.
Attention in the barn, we need Gavin Davis to check in at the gate.
See if.
At this time, we have Heat 2 entering the show ring. Lana Johnson, Gavin Davis, Iris Lahif, and Riley Vetter.
Attention in the barn, we need Heat 3 showmen to be checking in at the gate. Tatum Thompson, Jackson Osterman, Egley, and Kale Schnell. Jackson Osterman, you need to be checking in at the gate.
This time we have Heat 3 showmen entering. We have Tatum Thompson, Jackson Osterman, Caden Egley, and Kale Schnell.
The barn, we need Heat 4 to be checking in at the gate. We have Kenrick Landers, Luke Rico, Adrian De La Cruz, and Kristen Reisdorfer, or Keisten Reisdorfer.
Attention.
Barn, we still need Kenrick Landers, Luke Rico, and Keisten Reisdorfer to check in at the gate.
Okay, attention in the barn. We still need Kenrick Landers to check in at the gate. This time we have Heat 4 checking or coming in. We have Kenrick Landers, Luke Rico, Adrian De La Cruz, and Keisten Reisdorfer.
Attention in the barn, we need our top showman from each heat. Back at the gate. From heat 1, we have Trigon Apodaca and Kylie Hawkup. Heat 2, we have Iris Lahif and Riley Vetter. Heat 3, we have Tatum Thompson.
Entering the show ring, we have our top finishers, our top showmen. So we have Tragon Apodaca and Kylie Hawkup from Heat 1. Heat 2, we have Iris Lahif and Riley Vetter. Heat 3, we have Tatum Thompson. And from Heat 4, we have Luke Rico and Adrian De La Cruz.
Attention in the barn, we need Heat 1 of the junior showmen to be getting ready and checking in at the gate. We have Harper Anderson, Keaton Reisdorfer, Audrey Weber, Connor Olevison, and Olivia Johnson. Attention in the barn, we need Heat 1 in junior showman to be checking in at the gate. Harper Anderson, Keaton Reisdorfer, Audrey Weber, Connor Olevison, and Olivia Johnson.
Let's give all these youngsters a nice round of applause, if you will. They're doing a great job out here. There's three that rise to the forefront real good for me, and I think all three of them, you know, they do a great job. I think everybody out here does a good job. You know, we mentioned it earlier, you know, I like people to show in boots or a hard shoe. I don't like tennis shoes. That's just a personal pet peeve of mine. You know, like you stand with your feet together, head up, head turned out, check all your points, make sure you're doing good, and have show ring presence and awareness to you, and yet be kind and courteous to your fellow exhibitors and your judge as well. And I think all these kids do a nice job at that. I'm one that's really big on intensity, okay? I like kids that are intense. I like them because they come in there, hey, I got that attitude. I want to win. You can't beat me. I like that a lot. Now, there might be a couple of you out here, you might take that just a little too extreme. You don't have to just glare me down because, yeah, I hadn't beat anybody yet. So you don't need to get aggravated looking at me just right out of the gate. So maybe tone your intensity down just a freckle and act like you're having a good time out here, and I think that'll get you along good too. Like I said, awesome set of kiddos. I think you've done a tremendous job. Again, my congratulations and hats off to you, these exhibitors. You folks ringside, you select your two kiddos that you like. I'll go show you my favorite two. Again, congratulations to everybody out here.
Our champion intermediate showman is Tatum Thompson. Our reserve showman is Iris Lahif. Entering the ring is Heat 1 of the junior showmanship. We have Harper Anderson, Keaton Reisdorfer, Audrey Weber, Connor Olevison, and Olivia Johnson.
Attention in the barn. We need Heat 2 showmen to be checking in at the gate. We need Asher Defoe, Blake Davis, Brayton Vetter, Camden Wilson, and Dawson Setman. Attention in the barn. We need Asher Defoe, Blake Davis, and Dawson Sedman to check in at the gate. Attention in the barn. We're still waiting for Blake Davis at the gate.
Entering the show ring, we have Heat 2. Asher Defoe, Braden Vetter, Camden Wilson, and Dawson Sedman.
Attention in the barn. We need Heat 3 showmen to be checking in at the gate. Grace Berry, Kennedy Schnell, and Quincy Landers.
We have Hot Shots Photography here taking action photos of all the participants. So if grandparents, parents want pictures, okay, they are available immediately after each show. They have customized pictures with your kid's name. They offer pictures, posters, collages, magnets, and more. Their booth is out in the lobby. All our exhibitors, beef exhibitors, please remember each member that is selling an animal must have a picture taken today. No pictures will be taken on sale day. The backdrop is set up in the east barn for the beef.
Attention in the barn. We need Quincy Landers to be checking in at the gate. Attention in the barn. We need our top showmen checking back in at the gate. From Heat 1, Keaton Reisdorfer and Audrey Weber. Heat 2, Asher Defoe, Braden Vetter, Camden Wilson, Dawson Sedman.
Entering the ring, we have our top showmen. From Heat 1, we have Keaton Reisdorfer and Audrey Weber. Heat 2, we have Asher Defoe, Braden Vetter, Camden Wilson, and Dawson Sedman. And from Heat 3, we have Grace Berry and Kennedy Schnell.
Well, folks ringside, let's give the toughest division that we've seen all day today a big round of applause. I'm not a betting man, but I'm going to bet that in the next 5 to 10 years, this little aspect of this show is going to be pretty sporty, and it's going to be pretty fun to watch. So all you parents, 4-H agents, ag teachers around, I mean, you guys got a heck of a set coming up right here. These kiddos can flat stick them, and they're very good. They're very calm. They're very cool. They're very collect. They know how their calf needs to be set up, and for young people, your ring presence is very, very good. I see a lot of these kids doing what the two older age groups did not do. You know, you got a calf that's a little pushy. Well, you're already backing up and trying to stop him, and you're giving yourself plenty of space. And man, those are hard things to teach and hard things to learn at this age. And you kiddos are doing a phenomenal job at that. I mean, there's a few little things that I'd like to tweak about each one of you, but that'll come in time. You guys are doing a tremendous job. Man, I think every one of you guys deserves to win, but I got to pick two of you. And the next guy that comes in here I promise you, will pick a different two. So it's just one man's opinion, guys. But I can tell you this, you're doing a tremendous job. I'm proud of you. You've done awesome. If you win or lose out here in just a minute, be proud of what you've done, because you've done a great job. So you little fellas, little girls, boy, you guys are just rocking it for me. Awesome lineup of kids. Again, let's give another round of applause. Outstanding lineup of young people.
Attention in the barn. We are moving right through, starting the market beef show. We need our class of underweight. We have two exhibitors, Caden Egley and Kylie Hawkup.
Our champion junior showman is Camden Wilson. Our reserve champion showman is Braden Vetter.
Attention in the barn. We need our class of market heifers to be checking in at the gate. We only have one class. Caden Egley.
Nice way to start off our 4-H steer show. A couple of calves that didn't make the weight, but the silver steer for me wins pretty easy. He just has more bone and more foot underneath him. He works more shape and dimension out of his top and out of his hip, a little more dense and wide and robust. I like the calf that's in second. I appreciate his length. He'll outweigh the one that's ahead of him, but just needs more muscle and a shot more depth of body for me to get him any higher today. Nice pair of steers. Congratulations.
First went to Caden Egley, second, Kylie Hockup. Now entering the ring, we have our one and only class of market heifers. Those exhibitors are Caden Egley, Sage Scoggin, Kale Schnell, Grace Berry, Michael Rodriguez, Kenrick Landers, and Braden Jacobson.
Attention in the barn. We need our red Angus class. Those exhibitors, Emma Valois and Gage Broda.
A really nice set of market heifers out here, and there's give and take here on these top two, and I wouldn't argue with anybody if you want to flip-flop them, but for me, the one that wins, I like her in terms of her look and her silhouette. I like the way her neck comes out the top side of her shoulder. She's very pretty in her face. She's a little long face, but she's very pretty still, very pretty through that front 1/3. She does want to get out up front ever so slightly, but I like her balance down her top line, her balance in her underline. Really like the way her tail head sets into her, and yet she's a big bone, big-footed kind of a female that has enough depth of body and good enough structure to get along. Now the heifer that comes in second, is she truer off her front too? Yes, no doubt in my mind right there. She's better out of her knees, her shoulder lays into her better, and she's better at her front pastern. But for me, she wants to get just a little high in that tail head. She wants to get just a little bit weak in her bone design and her bone structure. We change that, she can win the class. I think those are the two best ones. Those are two out of here that I'd want to take home for cows. Young man's baldy heifer that comes next. If you like them wide and dense and built very, very good and very opened up and robust in their type and their kind, this is the one that you gravitate to. For me, she just wants to be a little short and jammed up through that front 1/3. She wants to drop her pins ever so slightly on the stand, and I just like to elevate her and give her just a little bit more daylight in those front cannon bones, make her a little taller off her front end. Heifer that comes next is one that's very market heifer looking in her type and her kind, and that might work to her disadvantage, is when we get her from the hock to the ground. We just like to make her more mobile off that rear end of her skeletal design. A nice kind of a female that comes here, very sound, very mobile in her type, in her kind. But for me, she wants to get a little steep and open in the point of that shoulder. She wants to get pretty round from her hooks to her pins, especially on the stand, and just like to soften her up into that lower rear body cavity and into that flank to get her up there. But I think that's a good kind of heifer that you can breed on and do a lot of things good with this female down the road. Heifer that comes next, probably the boldest rib female that's out here in this lineup. You just love the capacity and volume that she has. She just gets a little plain and common through her front 1/3, give her a shot more bone. Two females that round out the class. They're good, functional, sound kind of cattle. They just need more show ring pizzazz for me out here in this lineup today.
Results of our market heifers. In 6th place, Kenrick Landers. 5th, Michael Rodriguez. 4th, Cale Schnell. 3rd, Adrian De La Cruz. And our reserve champion, Braden Jacobson, and our champion exhibited by Grace Berry. In the ring, we have our only red Angus class, Emma Valwa and Gage Broda.
In the barn, we need class 1 of the Angus to be checking in at the gate. We have Lane Harless, Luke Rico, Cassidy Baumhoff, and Grace Berry.
Well, we'll only have 2 red Angus steers out here for this division, but I think they're both very high quality. I'll talk and I'll show you my 2 favorites. The young lady's calf in front. Well, that's just a really nice, complete, sound kind of a calf. You know, he's got some muscle to him. He's got some body to him. He's got a nice look to him. You know, if he's going to make him the perfect show steer, might like to just tighten him up in his top line. He wants to round in his hip, breaks just a little bit in his back, but that's okay. Calf's got some meat and some muscle to him. Handles nice. Got a nice finish to him. Young man's calf that's falls behind. You know, this is a very, very good kind of a calf, and he handles extremely soft and mellow to the touch, very deep in terms of his body capacity. He's a big bone, big footed kind of a steer that has a look. Really like how level he is down his top line and throughout that hooks and pin set and his tail head design. Got a lot of meat and potatoes in that calf. You know, he might want to get a little weak there behind his shoulders in terms of muscle, maybe get a little cresty in the top side of his neck and his skeletal design, but still a nice calf. I think this one's the one for me right here. The young man that comes in second, he'll be your champion. Young lady, you'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Our red Angus champion exhibited by Gage Broda. Our reserve is Emma Valwa.
Attention in the barn. We need our class 1 of Angus to be at the gate. We need Grace Berry to check in, please. Attention in the barn. Just to let you know, we are going to roll through these classes pretty quick, so please have your animal ready to go. At this time, we need Class 2 of the Angus to be checking in at the gate also. Keaton Reisdorfer, Keiston Reisdorfer, Quincy Landers, Maya Wiley, and Cage Reisdorfer.
Now entering the ring, we have Class 1 of our Angus. Exhibitors Lane Harless, Luke Rico, Cassidy Baumhoff, and Grace Berry.
Attention in the barn, we need Angus Class 2 to be checking in at the gate. Class 2, we need Keaton Reisdorfer, Keiston Reisdorfer, Quincy Landers, Maya Wiley, and Cage Reisdorfer.
Nice way to start off our Angus steer show. Young lady's calf, he just wins just because he's the nicest balanced, he's the soundest structured, he's the best footed, he's the biggest bone calf out here, he's the most elegant made, if, in a show steer term, that I really like about his front end, and yet he's still got some shape and width and dimension down his top, out of his hip and out of his quarter. Just simply the nicest, balanced, most complete one. The stoutest back, the stoutest hip calf comes in second. But for me, he wants to push that brisket out just a little bit, wants to get a little steep and straight into his shoulder. I like to level him up from his hooks to his pins when he gets out and goes, relax him into his spine. But good, excuse me, good beef cattle right there. Young man's calf that rounds out the class, good feeding kind of a calf. Just like to just shorten his toes up, make him just a little stouter up from his rib back, make him balance up with that front 1/3. Good feeding kind of calf. Congratulations.
Results of Class 1, Angus. Third place, Lane Harless. Second, Cassidy Baumhoff. And first goes to Grace Berry.
Maya Wiley to be checking in at the gate. We're ready to go.
Entering the ring, we have Class 2, the Angus division. We have Keaton Reisdorfer, Keiston Reisdorfer, Quincy Landers, and Cage Reisdorfer. And Maya Wiley.
I need Class 3 to be checking in at the gate. Brianna Hollingsworth, Gavin Davis, Brinley Farthing, Leah Swarm, and Jace Davis. Need Leah Swarm to check in at the gate.
Another nice class of Angus steers. The one that wins for me, I just think he ties the most good together in terms of structure, body. You get up on top of him. He's got a big back. He's got a really stout quarter down him. You know, does he get a little round from his hooks to his pins? Yes, we'd like to change that about him. But he's the prettiest through that front 1/3, has the most show steer look, and he's the smoothest from his shoulder back to his hind quarter, and the nicest balanced in his underline. Nice solid calf that comes here. Very good balance, especially from his chest back to his twist. He has some width and some product and still has a nice look about him. Works some nice shape and dimension over that top. Handles pretty nice. calf that comes next is probably the stoutest one that's in our lineup. He's definitely the biggest and truest behind his shoulders and out of his top. But for me, he just wants to get a little laborsome off those hind too. I'd like to see him get out and take a longer, more athletic stride. We fix that. We move him up a spot or two. The two calves that round out the class, good feeding kind of cattle. Young people, you keep raising calves like these, you're going to stay in the beef industry a long, long time and make a lot of money. They just need a little more power for me or a little bit more show ring pizzazz to get along any higher, but good kind of cattle. Congratulations to you young people.
Results of Class 2. 5th place, Cage Reisdorfer. 4th, Quincy Landers. 3rd, Maya Wiley. 2nd, Keiston Reisdorfer. And 1st, Keaton Reisdorfer. Entering the show ring, we have Class 3. Those exhibitors are Brianna Hollingsworth, Gavin Davis, Brinley Farthing, Leah Swarm, and Jace Davis.
In the barn, we need our top 2 from each class coming back, checking in at the gate and to the holding pen. From Class 1, we have Grace Berry and Cassidy Baumhoff. Class 2, we have Keaton Reisdorfer and Keiston Reisdorfer.
Nice class of heavyweight Angus steers. The one that wins for me, he's definitely got the show steer look to him. Really like how extended he is through that front 1/3. His neck comes nice and high and tight out top of his shoulder. Yet he's very bold sprung, deep rib kind of a calf. Big back, big square hip, perfect in his tail head. He carries that advantage down low. He's a good bone, good footed kind of steer. If we was going to pick on him ever so slightly, I'd like to relax him there and do his ankles as he gets out and goes. Nice calf, nice place to start. Calf that comes next, is he the stoutest one that's in this lineup? No, but is he the most complete? Yes, he's the second soundest one that's out here. He's very level and good through his top line. He's level from his hooks to his pins. He's a bolt sprung, very deep, capacious made kind of a calf. Just like seeing with just a little more stoutness to him to get him any higher today. But a nice kind of calf. You bet. Calf that comes next, boy, power wagon of the lineup, bud. You got a big back, big hip, big stout in it. You're going to hang the biggest carcass of any of them out here. But with that being said, I would like to change his structure. I'd like to, with the angle of his shoulder, angle of his knee, and make him softer and sounder off those hind two. But I appreciate the body, how soft he is to the touch, and the carcass that he has. Young lady's calf that comes next. Big, soggy, long-made kind of a calf, that you make a lot of money with in the feed yard. For me, though, he needs to be stouter out of his hip, needs to be just a little bit more prettier through that front 1/3 to get him any higher today. Young man's calf rounds out the class. Very, very nice handling kind of a steer. Obviously, you can tell he's really fat, maybe a little too fat in that brisket for me. Like to see him move a little better off his hind two. Good kind of cattle, good class. Congratulations.
Results of Class 3. 5th place, Gavin Davis. 4th, Leah Swarm. 3rd, Jace Davis. 2nd, Brinley Farthing. And 1st, Brianna Hollingsworth. All right, now we'll go for our division champion. Coming in, we have our 1st place exhibitors from Class 1, Grace Berry, Class 2, Keaton Reisdorfer, and Class 3, Brianna Hollingsworth. Our 2nd place exhibitors from Class 1, Cassidy Baumhoff, Class 2, Keiston Reisdorfer, and Class 3, Brinley Farthing.
Let's give all these 1st and 2nd place exhibitors a nice round of applause out here. Nice set of Angus steers. We'll talk him briefly. Kef that wins that 1st class, he won so just because he was the nicest balanced. You can get out here in this lineup, he's still a nice calf. Maybe not as attractive in his chest and in the top side of his neck as some out here, but yeah, he's still a soggy made, big back, big stout, thick-ended, big bone, big-footed kind of a calf. And for being a lightweight, he sure holds his own out here with the rest of them. Calf that wins that 2nd class, just a good meat and potatoes kind of a steer, no bells and whistles, maybe just a little bit easy in his top, a little round from his hooks to his pins like we talked him in class. A lot of product, a lot of rib, very, very attractive through that front 1/3. Then we get into our heavyweight calf, one that sure has that show steer look. Boy, you really like this calf in that front 1/3. The way his neck ties in, ears set nice and high at the top of his skull, very pretty headed, and yet very nicely balanced. Big back, big stout, thick-ended, big nice heavy steer. I'll go show you my 2 favorites again. Congratulations to all you young people.
In the barn.
Our champion, Angus steer, exhibited by Brianna Hollingsworth. Our reserve champion Angus steer, exhibited by Grace Berry.
Okay, attention in the barn. We need Class 1 of the AOB English. We have exhibitors Walter Martins, Gavin Broda, Luke Rico, Harper Anderson, Callie Harless, and Asher Defoe. You need to be at the gate. We need Callie Harless to the gate at this time. We need Class 2 to be checking in at the gate. We have one for Asher Defoe, Walter Martins, Brooklyn Kopetsky, Kenrick Landers, and Olivia Johnson. Those exhibitors need to be making their way to the gate. Okay, at this time, we need Class 2 to be checking in at the gate. Asher Defoe, Walter Martins, Brooklyn Kopetsky, Kenrick Landers, and Olivia Johnson.
Nice pair of steers here. Start our AOB division off. And I wouldn't argue if you want to flip-flop them. I'll tell you differences that I see. This Hereford-looking calf, boy, when he gets stopped and gets planted and gets that head up, he's the nicest, most mellow to the touch. He's still got plenty of nice look to him. I think he's actually neater in terms of his chest floor, the way it's designed. He's a bigger bone, bigger footed steer than the steer that's in second, and still works plenty of shape and width out of his top and throughout that quarter. And he's very, very nicely balanced from his bottom of his chest floor back to his twist. He's softer in his forerib and softer in his flank compared to the one that's in second. The one that's in second, yes, his neck does come out higher and tighter out top side of his shoulder. I'd like to change him in right there and do his brisket compared to the calf that's ahead of him. He does have a shot more punch to him right there in his hooks and his pin set than the calf that's ahead of him, but like just soften him up in his forward and his flank compared to the one that's ahead of him. Nice pair of steers. Calf that comes next, good kind of cattle, young man. You get a feed yard full of these, you're going to make a lot of money someday right now. Really soft and mellow to the touch. Just gets a little flatter in his muscle pattern. Like to have a little more show ring pizzazz, but that's good bone, big-footed kind of cattle. Calf that comes next, just a nice meat and potatoes kind of a steer. Wants to roll up front just a little bit, gets a little long-toed, maybe gets a little short and round from his hooks to his pins. Good kind of cattle, got a lot of meat and product. Two calves that round out the class, they just need a little more cover on them right now. But I think the calf that comes next is a little truer in his foot size and shape. I think he's a little more market ready than the calf that rounds out the class. Calf that rounds out the class just needs a little more meat for me and be a little shorter toed. Nice lineup of calves. Congratulations.
Results of Class 1. 6th place, Harper Anderson. 5th, Walter Martins. 4th, Callie Harless. 3rd, Luke Rico. 2nd, Gavin Broda. And 1st, Asher Defoe. Now entering the ring, we have Class 2, Asher Defoe, Walter Martins, Brooklyn Kopetsky, Kenrick Landers, and Olivia Johnson.
Attention in the barn. We need our 1st and 2nd place from Class 1 to be at the holding pen, checking at the gate, please.
Laramie County Cowbells, is that what you said?
Laramie County Cattlewomen.
Oh, Cattlewomen.
Put their back in that corner. Okay.
Attention in the barn to all of our audience and showmen. The Laramie County Cattlewomen are over here in the corner of the barn offering a piece of pie to anybody who would like one. Okay? It's free to anyone.
good calf that wins this class. By far the stoutest, biggest bone, biggest footed, most robust, most dense bodied. He's the most opened up in his skeletal width and design. Big back, big hip kind of a calf. Handles extremely well. Maybe just gets a little plain through that front 1/3, but still very, very good calf. Shorthorn calf that comes next, he's more attractive through his front 1/3 than the calf that's ahead of him, but he gets a little flatter in his rib shape, flatter in his muscle pattern, wants to roll those outside ankles on them hind too ever so slightly. Good kind of calf. Calf that comes next, great feedlot kind of a steer. Got a lot of growth and performance in him, got a lot of stretch and go in that calf. Just like to see a little bit more of him, soften him up in his lower body cavity, give him a little more shot of width and power. Shorthorn looking steer that comes next, good kind of a calf, handles extremely well, very pretty through that front 1/3, but he wants to get up his spine when he's setting him in motion round from his hooks to his pins. Did that better, we could get him up a spot or two higher. Calf that rounds out the class, good kind of a calf, just a little frail boned and footed, little bullish in his neck design and his head shape, if you will. Nice lineup of calves. Congratulations to you young people.
Results of Class 2. 5th, Kenrick Landers. 4th, Brooklyn Kopetsky. 3rd, Walter Martins. 2nd, Olivia Johnson. And 1st, Asher Defoe. This time we have our firsts and seconds to determine our division champion. From Class 1, we have Asher Defoe and Gavin Broda. And from Class 2, we have Asher Defoe and Olivia Johnson.
In the barn, we have Class 1 of the Maine to be checking in at the gate. Those exhibitors: Anthony Quick, Adrian De La Cruz, Camden Wilson, Ethan Breton, Adrian De La Cruz, and Olivia Love.
Let's give this division a nice round of applause. Excellent set of calves. I think we got 4 really nice calves out here. There's 2 that do it good for me. I mean, they're big boned, they're big footed, they're stout, they're dense, they're wide, they got nice handle to them, they got enough look to them, they're big back, they're big stout hip calves. And I think we'll keep them together. Our pair of Herefords. Young man wins our heavyweight, he'll be champ. Young lady, you'll be reserve. Congratulations.
Our champion, AOB English division, our champion is Asher Defoe. Our reserve champion is Asher Defoe.
What's up?
This time we have Class 1 of the Maine. We have Anthony Quick, Camden Wilson, Ethan Breton, Adrian De La Cruz, and Olivia Love.
In the barn, we need Class 2 to be checking in at the gate. Riley West, Hunter Miller, KJ Miller, Kennedy Schnell, Jay Scolding, and Iris LaHiff.
Nice calf to start our main division off with. He's the most opened up in his skeletal design. He's the biggest back, biggest hip, stoutest quartered calf. Got the most bone and foot up underneath him. Could be a shot prettier for me. You know, you maybe like to just see him drop that rear flank to match his chest floor a little bit. But I think that's a very logical place to start. Calf that comes in second, he's the prettiest one. He's the show steer of the group. You really like how extended he is through that front 1/3 way his neck comes out top of his shoulder. But he's awful raw to the touch, little steep and straight there into that rear hock and into that pastern. But a nice, real well-presented, good balanced kind of calf that's got some product to him. Calf that comes next, very sound and very functional. He's the soundest one of the class. Just needs a shot of hip into him. Maybe just like to see him balance up in his underline a little better. Young man, you're doing a great job with a calf that's being kind of hard to deal with. Keep your head up. You're doing a good job, good kind of a calf. calf that comes next, you like this calf stopped. He's definitely the biggest and boldest behind his shoulders and out through his middle of his edge there and do his hip, but he just wants to get too laborsome off either end of his skeletal design, like to change him there. Same with the calf that comes next. He is sounder off his hind two and his front two, but he wants to get awful narrow-headed, narrow-chested, wants to get up into his spine. I'd sure like to see him handle with a lot more cover for his weight. Good lineup of calves. Congratulations.
Results of Class 1. 5th place, Olivia Love. 4th, Camden Wilson. 3rd, Ethan Breton. 2nd, Anthony Quick. And 1st, Adrian De La Cruz. We have Class 2 coming in. We have Riley West, Hunter Miller, KJ Miller, Kennedy Schnell, Jace Golding, and Iris LaHiff.
Attention in the barn, we need Class 3 to be checking in at the gate. Brant Jacobson, Lana Johnson, Hadley Urick, Caitlin Schnell, Connor Olavison, and Riley Vetter. Attention in the barn, we need Class 3 to be at the gate. Checking in, Brant Jacobson, Lana Johnson, Hadley Urick, Caitlin Schnell, Connor Olavison, and Riley Vetter.
All right, just a reminder, in the barn we have pie and ice cream provided by the Laramie County Cattlewomen.
Well, a really nice way to start off this class. Kef excels this lineup in terms of look and balance and bone and foot, and has the right angles to him. He's a dense-bodied, wide skeleton guy that, well, you get your hands up on top of him. He's got bold shape right behind them shoulder blades, works it all the way back. Big, wide, square hip, carries that advantage down low. Good place to start. Kef that comes in second. He's the different one of the lineup. But simply fact, he goes here second because he's the second soundest one out here, but yet he's got the nicest look to him through his front 1/3. I just like to change his calf when you get in behind him. I'd like to open him up high, carry that advantage out to his hip. He's not light muscled, just to run with the one that's ahead of you. Give him a shot more punch up there, up high to run, but good, solid kind of a calf. Calf that comes next, all the rest of these calves down the lineup, they have a lot of structure issues for me, but I think this one handles the second best. I think he's got the most balance when you view him from his hocks up. He's a big, bold back hip, big, stout kind of a calf. The calf that comes next, he's a wide, dense little guy, handles exceptionally well, just needs to be more mobile off either end of his skeletal design. Same with the calf that comes next. Little hard to the touch. Like to see him little softer off either end as he gets out and goes. Got a lot of shape and width and dimension to him. Calf that rounds out the class, probably the second heaviest muscled calf out here, but he's awful short in his stature to me. He's a little over finished, and sure like to see him get out and move better.
Results of Class 2. 6th place, Jace Golding. 5th, Kennedy Schnell. 4th, Hunter Miller. 3rd, KJ Miller. 2nd, Iris LaHiff. And 1st, Riley West. This time we have Class 3. Exhibitors Brant Jacobson, Lana Johnson, Hadley Urick, Caitlin Schnell, Connor Olavison, and Riley Vetter.
Attention in the barn. We need our first and seconds to return to the holding pen, checking in at the gate. From Class 1, we have Adrian De La Cruz and Anthony Quick. Class 2 was Riley West and Iris LaHiff.
really a nice class of steers here. And the calf that wins for me, I think he's got the most look to him. He's sort of the biggest bone, biggest footed one out here. Got a very nice silhouette. He's big back, big hip, square-ended. You like the way he gets out and goes. Would I like to see him a little softer right there in his rear flank? Yes, I would. Like just chub him up just a little bit, make him more a little opened up in that lower skeletal cavity, but good place to start. The calf that comes in second, I really like this calf. His body depth, his depth of flank, his depth of heart, he handles extremely well. But for me, he wants to get just a little bit plain and easy down his top. Wants to get a little just hawked in when you set him into motion. Like to just tidy him up there into his chest compared to our class winner. But nice calf, good calf, got a lot of good to him. Calf that comes next is just a big, long kind of a calf, and you appreciate that about him. But he gets a little bit laborsome off either end of his skeletal design compared to the two that are ahead of him. Gets a little flatter in his rib cage, just like to tone him and moderate him down just a freckle. Really good feeding kind of a calf here. Boy, I wish he had 1,000 of them right now that look just like him in the feed yard. Very, very big bodied, very sound structured. Out here in the show ring for me, though, I'd like to just stouten him up from end to end, but that's good kind of cattle right there. Young man's calf that comes next, a lot of power in that calf, and he's doing a good job. Calf's kind of being a knothead for him, but lots of power and product in that calf. He just needs to be more mobile off either end of his skeletal design. Wants to get a little round from his hooks to his pins. Same as the calf that rounds out the class. Good, deep-bodied, stout-made kind of a calf, like that about him. Just like to see him just leveler from his hooks to his pins and relax him there into his spine as he gets out and goes.
Results of Class 3. In 6th place, Caitlin Schnell. 5th, Brant Jacobson. 4th, Connor Olavison. 3rd, Riley Vetter. 2nd, Lana Johnson. And 1st, Hadley Urich. Okay, at this time we have our 1st and 2nd places coming in for the division. From Class 1, we have Adrian De La Cruz and Anthony Quick. From Class 2, we have Riley West and Iris LaHiff. And from Class 3, Hadley Urich and Lana Johnson.
The barn, we have one class of Charolais. They need to be checking in at the gate. Blake Miller, Tatum Thompson, Isabella Osterman, Jackson Osterman, and Dawson Sedman.
Let's put our hands together. A nice lineup of Maine steers here. We got 6 different total type and kinds of cattle, and you can justify them any way you want to. To me, I think there's one out here that excels this lineup. He's the way I kind of like my fat steers to look that we sell and raise and promote, and I think the young man out of middle class, he'll be your champion.
Our champion Maine steer exhibited by Riley West.
We bring our respective second in here, a calf that we sure really liked his soundness and his functionality and his look. Like to make him just a little stouter back. I'm going to go with the one that wins that last class for reserve. Good kind of calf. Congratulations.
Our reserve champion is Hadley Urich. All right, at this time, we only have Class 1 of the Charolais. We have Blake Miller, Tatum Thompson, Isabella Osterman, Jackson Osterman, and Dawson Sedman.
Hey, attention in the barn. We have one class of the AOB Continental. We need you to be checking in at the gate. Audrey Weber, Cooper Berry, and Braden Vetter.
Down here, our Charolais division, we got 3 total different types and kinds of calves, and you can roll it around and justify it any way that you want to. For me, though, the one that I think wins is this butterscotch calf. He's got a great look to him. Big back, big hip, market ready, feels good, stout, big boned, big footed. Does he twist out a little too much up front in that knee? Very much so, but I still think he's sound enough and he handles it good enough. Sorry he's being a little bit ornery for you, but that's a nice calf. Then he gets really close between reserve and third. The reserve calf for me, I just simply like him in his shoulder angle and his knee set to him and his body shape and body cavity, if you will, over the one that comes in third. Is he quite as neat and extended? Is he quite as punchy out of his hooks to his pins? No, I'd like to change him there. But I think just from a soundness and a functionality and depth of body standpoint, he rolls into second. Calf that's in third. Boy, if you want him really tricked out and really right on the edge looking, especially out of that front 1/3, this is the guy that you gravitate to. He's a big back, big hip, big wide-ended kind of a calf. But for me, he handles a little raw, and I just like to change him up there on those front knees to get him any higher today. Drop him in that flank, just make him a little more mellow and softer, if you will. Good kind of calf. 2 calves to round out the class. Good, high-performing, growthy kind of steers. They just need some more shape and width and dimension to run as a show steer, but they're sure good kind of feedlot kind of cattle. Congratulations to you young people.
Results of our Charolais division. 5th place, Isabella Osterman. 4th, Jackson Osterman. 3rd, Tatum Thompson. Our reserve champion is Blake Miller, and our champion, Dawson Sedman. At this time, we have 1 class of AOB Continental. We have 3 exhibitors, Audrey Weber, Cooper Berry, and Braden Vetter.
Attention in the barn, we need our crossbred only class to be checking in at the gate. Tragan Apodaca, Isaac Urick, Jace Cox, Trigg Sedman, and Tatum Thompson. Attention in the barn, we will give 10 minutes after our crossbred division to prepare for the overall. Attention in the barn, we need Tragan Apodaca, Isaac Urick, Trigg Sedman, and Tatum Thompson to check in at the gate.
Nice pair of AOB Continentals. The calf that wins, I think he's the soundest structured one out here, and yet he's still big back, big hipped, big stout, thick-ended kind of calf that's very dense and robust in his body and type in his kind. Still very, very nice and chiseled through that front 1/3 from his jaw to his chest. Maybe gets a little cresty at the top side of that neck, but still very, very good looking, very attractive kind of a calf. The calf that comes in second, I like this calf a lot on the stand. You know, he's very soft-centered. He balances so nice from his chest floor back to his twist. Very bold rib, very dense bodied, very opened up in his skeletal width and design, and yet has a lot of product. But for me, he wants to taper into his tail head ever so slightly compared to the one that's ahead of him, and I'd like to see him just get out and just go a little bit freer and easier, if you will. The young man's calf that rounds out the class, big, stout, high-performing kind of a calf, just a little bit big for me, and maybe just like to see him at that weight and size, soften him up in his body cavity, make him a little more dense and robust in that regard, but good, high-performing, good kind of a calf, makes a lot of money down the road. Congratulations to you young people.
Results of our AOB Continental Division. Third goes to Cooper Berry, our reserve champion, Braden Vetter, and our champion exhibited by Audrey Weber. This time we have entering the show ring, we have the only class of crossbred. We have Tragan Apodaca, Isaac Urick, Jace Cox, Trig Sedman, and Tatum Thompson.
Nice lineup of a crossbred division. We just got one class of them, so you kind of get every weight and every shape and every size. This black and white one excels to me. Boy, he's got that killer look to him. Big old back, big hip, big stout, thick-ended, big bone, big-footed kind of a calf. Balances very nicely from his chest floor back to his twist. For a lighter weight calf, he handles very nicely. Yeah, they all got a hole in them, and I'd like to just set his knee back into him ever so slightly. But boy, to have one that wild built, he's still very sound up front considering. Nice place to start. Calf that comes in second, good calf, young man. Just like to just open him up in his rib cage and bring that advantage down low and open him up in his skeletal width, if you will. Just give him a little bit more width and mass compared to the calf that's ahead of him. Maybe just blow him apart right there into his tail head, but very pretty, very sound, big bone, big footed, good balance kind of a steer. Just like to change that about him. Do that, you get you a spot higher. Nice pair of steers. Calf that comes next, a very good kind of a calf. He's very soft in terms of his rib and his body. Maybe he just wants to get a little steep and straight out of that hock into that rear pastern. Like to just let him set him down and relax. Good top, good hip, good shape, good looking kind of a calf. Calf that comes next just runs out of power and punch for me today. Just like to see more of him. Calf that rounds out the class, good kind of calf, just gets a little straight off either end of his skeletal design for me today.
On the overall between
Results of our crossbred division. Fifth place, Isaac Urick. Fourth, Tragan Apodaca. Third, Trig Sedman. Our reserve champion, Jace Cox. And our champion, Tatum Thompson. We will have a 10-minute break to prepare for our final drive.
Attention in the barn. We have 10-minute break to prepare for the final drive.
Another announcement for the barn. We'd like to let our beef exhibitors know that we will be having a pizza party for the beef exhibitors this afternoon at 4 o'clock. You will need to check in at the table that we have the pizza set up for you there. So again, we're having a pizza party for the beef exhibitors at 4 p.m.
Attention back in the beef barn, dirt barn, and bump out. At 4 o'clock, we will be having a pizza party for the beef exhibitors. Again, at 4 o'clock, we will have a pizza party for the beef exhibitors. We'll be set up at someplace in the beef barn. You will need to check in at the table when we have it delivered. So again, 4 o'clock p.m., pizza party for the beef exhibitors.
Okay, attention in the barn. Also, after the show, I need our champion and reserve champion showman to come see me about the round robin on Friday. I need some of you guys to enter into that.
Attention in the barn. I need the champion and reserve champion showmans from today's show to check in with me here at the table. After the show, let me know if they're going to do the round robin tomorrow morning. Attention in the barn, we need Riley West to check in at the gate.
All right, as we prepare for our 4-H final drive, we'd like to thank all of our exhibitors today. They did a great job. Let's give them a hand. And we would like to thank our judge one more time, Matt Copeland. He's done a great job for us. These are all our first place. Entering the ring, we have our champions coming in. From the Market Heifers, we have Grace Berry. The Red Angus, Gage Broda. From the Angus division, Brianna Hollingsworth. AOB English, Asher Defoe. From the Maine division, Riley West. The Charlet division, Dawson Sedman. The AOB Continental division, Audrey Weber. And from our Crossbred division, Tatum Thompson.
Attention in the barn, we need Braden Jacobson with his Market Heifer to be checking in at the gate.
Braden Jacobson and Braden Vetter to the holding area.
Well, folks, let's give all the exhibitors who are out here and out in the back an outstanding round of applause. Awesome county fair. I'd like to first and foremost thank Laramie County for having me out here. It's certainly been my honor and a privilege, because it's always an honor and privilege to get asked to judge a show, and it's a lot of fun to me to work with your youth and work with good youth, and boy, in the FFA side and here on this 4-H side, I mean, your kiddos are second to none. I've judged a lot of shows across the country that, boy, your kids are so kind, they're so courteous, you know, they take their winning with their losing, they take the comments right down to the ground. You know, there's a few kiddos made a few suggestions in showmanship, and then you see them come back out here and they did it, and that's nice to see that they take a guy's advice and opinion. A lot of places don't do that, so you guys are doing a top-notch job raising an awesome set of kids. With that being said, I'll be a little repetitive as my FFA speech, but you youngsters are the future of agriculture, and I want you guys to think about it for just a second. What's the two most important things to the human race? Food, water. And we raise the best protein source there is in the world, standing right here in this ring. So I don't care what you guys have to do, stay involved in agriculture somehow, because our country and ourselves rely on you kids out here in this ring. You have to stay in this business or we falter as a country, and I think our future is very bright with what's in this ring. Whether you agreed with me or not today, it's relevant to me, but I hope that you could follow the type and kind that I like, because we do this for a living. We have 2 show heifer sales a year, we have a club calf sale a year, and I have a production bull sale in the spring. We do this for a living. This is all we do. We don't have any outside income. So the way I like them is out here in this ring is the way I like them at home. Big, stout, husky, big-bodied, dense-made, sound-structured, good-looking cattle got a lot of product and power and punch to them, because right now every pound matters in this industry. We're at an all-time high with the way these feeder calves are selling, and the fats bring $4,500 2 days ago, guys. So we got to keep that in mind. We're in the beef business, and I like being in the beef business, and I like beef cattle. And if these aren't your type and kind, that's okay. Everybody's got their own opinion, but this is my type and kind, and I think they're all very good cattle, and I think they represent one of the best cow country states in the USA, and Wyoming in what your program and what your state's known for raising is good livestock and good beef. And boy, it's just been my honor and my privilege to come out here and evaluate your youth. They've been second to none to me. Also, I'd like to thank all my ring staff. I'd like to thank everybody in the back lining them up. Boy, you guys, it's a non-paying gig, and so I get it. I help out at our fairs too, and so everybody give them guys a thank you for donating their time and their effort to help you kiddos. They put on a top-notch show right here, boys and girls. With that being said, we'll give them one more look. You folks ringside, you select the 2 that you like the best. It's a 3-horse race for me. I'll give them one more look-see, show you my 2 favorites. Again, it's been my honor and my privilege. Thank you very much for having me out. Awesome set of cattle, better set of kids.
Our 4-H overall champion is Riley West. Our 4-H overall reserve champion goes to Tatum Thompson. Okay, we're going to give a few minutes. We're going to do the beef pens before we do our grand champion, overall grand champion. So our beef pens, we have pair of market beef. We have 3 entries. We have Cooper Berry, Asher Defoe, and Caden Egley, and Trigg Sedman. Bring those into the show ring, please. Okay, attention in the barn. We will next follow with Club Penna 3. We have Callie Harless, Lane Harless, Cooper Berry. We have Braden Vetter, Camden Wilson, Riley Vetter, Blake Miller, Henrik Landers, Quincy Landers, Luke Rico, and Trigg Sedman, all with Club Penna 3s.
Do we have Triggs Sedman with a pair, 4-H pair? If there is a Cade who ordered sushi, your order is here in the building.
Results of our pair of market beef. Our reserve champion goes to Cooper Berry. Our champion, Asher Defoe. Last call for Club Penna 3. Last call.
In the barn. Last call for Club Penna 3. Last call.
Well, just like on the FFA side, I think it's a pretty neat program that you guys do here. You bring out each club and they bring their three, what they think's their three best, and I think all three of these represent their clubs very, very well. But for me, there's one club I think they've had a rock star day, and they're going to end it that way. It's this club right here in the middle. They'll be your champions.
Champion Pen F3 comes from the Kickin' Up Dust Club.
Okay, attention in the barn. We need our exhibitors for the overall grand champion. So we are looking for, out of the 4-H, we are looking for Riley West and Tatum Thompson. And from the FFA side, we're looking for Trigg Sedman and Riley West. Barn, we need Tatum Thompson to the gate. Okay, entering the ring, we have the top 4 beef of both shows. So we have from the 4-H side, our overall champion is Riley West, and our reserve champion is Tatum Thompson. On the FFA side, our champion FFA steer exhibited by Trigg Sedman, and our reserve champion, Riley West.
Well, we get out here in this lineup for our Supreme. Let's give these 4 exhibitors a great round of applause for making it this far. Awesome set of calves. Man, all 4 of these calves are really good. They're all 4 different, a little different in their type and kind, and that's okay. I think they're all 4 really, really good, and I think you could line them up ringside 4 different ways, and I sure wouldn't stand out here and argue with you. I think it's really, really close for reserve. I think there's a calf that excels for me, and like I said, reserve it gets a little closer in that regard because you got to get a little give and take and here and there and everything. But the one that suits me the best, he'll be the Supreme, your Laramie County Fair right there. Congratulations.
Our overall grand champion of the Laramie County Fair goes to Riley West. And our overall reserve grand champion, Tatum Thompson. This is just a reminder that if you are selling an animal, you must have your picture taken today. No pictures will be taken on the sale day.
Just a reminder for our beef exhibitors, we will be having that pizza party at 4 o'clock in the beef barn. You're welcome to join us. We're going to have it delivered in and enjoy the company of each other. And that concludes our show. Have a good day.